Hi, Papaya. How are we all doing today? We're back. It's been a week, and I'm excited to play some more of the Devil. It is a lovely. Oh, I forgot to get the link. Let me see the link as well. I'm excited to play more of the Devil. Last time was quite eventful. We did a short recess in the trial. Reorganized our thoughts. Got properly talked to Sosuke about a bit about his past and such. It was quite interesting. We talked to Emma a bit. See how she feels about the trial so far. Things are going pretty well. Sorry, I mean, Candy, real quick. Trial resumed, and once that happened, things were going pretty well. The trial was doing well. It was pretty good in our favor, I think. And the the witness that Emma called for in the first half of the trial, of the first half of day one trial, showed up finally. Each finally showed up to the stand. Had some very interesting words. He found some interesting stories. We learned some stuff. We accused the deceased officer, Toppin, of colluding with the Blue Blood, which is an interesting thing we were going to see that happening, and actually I kind of saw it coming, maybe along the lines of that. A second. Of the Devil on Steam, episode 0 is free. Is free to play. Just pin that message to chat. Manually read that later. And try that for now. Alright. Like I said, we accused Chopin of colluding with the Blue Bloods, which is quite an interesting direction we went. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you. And the audience of a lot of officers did not like that we did that. But things were going. We did some more interrogating. We probably learned that Sosuke was the Hound of the Ikaria, which is a known assassin in the Ikaria family that went out to do some dirty work, kill off any high-ranking people that the Ikaria family deems needs to be taught a lesson. And then during all that hubbub, the officer who we had on the stand, which I forgot the name of off the top of my head, started crashing the fuck out. He started yelling, he started screaming, he started doing lots of things, and in that chaos, a person in the audience went to fire in our direction, which thankfully we had the very lovely Officer London, Detective London, there to with this cowboy quick draw. He fired on the man, the perpetrator, and shot him dead. Shot that man clean dead, saving many people's lives and throwing a whole courtroom into chaos. We decided that we are going to resume trial the next day, because even though it'd be better to do a retrial, with all the chaos, it's going to be hard to find a good set of a jury that will be unbiased as to the, or what might happen. So it's better just with the jury we currently have so far. So we're currently spending our time looking out for some more clues. We revisited a crime scene. We found two major pieces of evidence, which is we found Morgan's knife, the knife that Morgan stashed onto Sosuke when she initially entered the crime scene before it was a crime scene, at the very start of episode 2, found her knife, which was found in a barrel in the alleyway. Vernon, trying to dispose of the evidence. Someone trying to dispose of the evidence, whoever the fuck the actual perpetrator is, because not Sosuke. And also, Sosuke is innocent in this crime of killing 5 people. Definitely know he's innocent of killing 4 people, because we are, you know, we commit those murders, Morgan. Well, we also found a very, very interesting and very important piece of evidence. Was a silent alarm. A silent alarm, a button that sounds to most electronics in the area, that triggers electronics in the area to react. It's a sound. It's like a dog. It's kind of like a dog whistle, as kind of thing. But instead of dogs, it's for electronics that get reaction to it. We just recently discovered that silent alarm, which is very good for our case of, you know, maybe of proving that Officer Troffin had a means to find the location via without, you know, audibly hearing any like, gunshots and stuff. Because as we established last time, is that the whole room is soundproof, which is fun. Anyways, that's roughly a good recap of what happened last week in Of the Devil. So let's jump in. We're currently revisiting the floor below the crime scene, and yeah, did I not? Where did it save? Did it save here? Is this a save? I'm leaving for the stretch. I'm leaving out. Is this a save? I think this is the save. This not in the page I thought it was supposed to be. And posture check as well. Thank you. Is this? Yeah, I think this is it. It should be at least. What's my chips at? This should be it. I believe it. This should be it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just confused as to why my save is not in the screen I thought it was supposed to be. That's fine. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Welcome, Olivia. Hope you're having a lovely evening. Thanks for the stretch and hydrate. Stretch and posture check. Hydrate. Stretch and posture check. And yeah, we are missing the floor below. I believe this is the floor below because we were here earlier with London last time. Last time being like 2 weeks ago. But yeah. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adene? No. Not in here. In the windows. They were closed when Creek was shot. Still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I use that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them to go down the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah. That's one option. What's the other? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But then, what the hell do all these cops and Zionis jumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Rees had much to say about how nthCirlce employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, they'd be removing evidence. The arcs would lighten. Adding trash, though? Add an A? Help me look through this. Garbage. Again. Already? Just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. What are you messaging me for, Bolivia? Hell yeah. I'd have Discord open on the other window. I just see DM. Hello there. Woman. Women! Wait. There. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the red ink documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to sample? Good luck. The opposite security types all wear the same kinds of boots. I know. Has she learned how to blink? Do I still have it here? Do I still have it here? I don't have it here anymore. Do I? Wait, it's one of these, isn't it? This one. No, that's not it. What the fuck is this? Why is it a Gmail? What is it? Ah, here it is. This is one. Here it is! I've hired this android to stare at you. Look at it. She is staring at you. The baby. Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kinds of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two mags. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that looks like the letters were all run through the wash a couple of dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative. And I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? Card paper. A carved red ink document with a common type of boot print left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene, was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps by the building that dismissed it as trash. Having exposed natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but a watermark remains visible in the center, in the corner, which is cyan. Cyanus watermark. The whistle is a whistle with unusual make, different far from where Creek's body was. Far pressing emits a particularly inaudible to humans, but capable to be picked up by many electronics. But doesn't this seem important? How could this have been lying here, neglected, this whole time? Nah, princess. Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course. Wouldn't dream of it. Come on. You know me. Hi, Hans. Why you down here? Only floor below the crime scene. What you find there? More dead man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bleh. Keep it up, you guys are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add this to the arcs? Or should I? Well, seems like you've got momentum going, so... Please don't let me get in your way! You don't wear gloves in the job, Miss Han? It's just Han. But you already knew that. But you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So, if we found your fingerprints in here, or those windows, or even upstairs... Oh man! I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So, did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful. Don't get lost. It's gonna be gone. It's gonna be going down soon. It'd be hard to find your way back in the dark. Was that a threat? Was it a threat or a warning? That felt like more of a threat that, you know, we could probably find our way in a body bag. Find our way out here in a body bag, or, you know, other ways, because we're kind of... might have a big target on our head, because we're kind of defending Yakaria, which is a bit scary. But, Morgan should be fine. She knows what she's doing. Yeah. Okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikaria's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? You still got the address boss gave us? 6:06 p.m. August 15th, 2086. Blue Blood Territory. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to the booth. To a booth. Local_host. Should we take a seat for now? With tastes expensive as yours. If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne fast that I could blink. Oh, champagne. As much as you like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hi. Please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. I need to speak with your manager. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, Mama. Yeah, uh-huh. There's some kind of I don't know. Accountants or whatever you to talk to. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mom will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water. It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Let's look around the area. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Icario assassin? Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop? A place this sleazy too. Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adine? You're getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. Host. Turns out for host club, a host or hostess club is a type of nightclub in which staff cater to clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behavior. The talent, host or hostess, make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sales of drinks, food, or other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were internationally fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity for the first half of the 21st century, they've undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 or 30 years. Shifting cultural norms about parasociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may have contributed to this phenomenon. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym, where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that increases in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and long-term dating. And for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as an advisable or an even mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. Despite the global trend of the decriminalization of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it is hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or the other to switch sides. It is also frequently searched for how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you. Courtesan versus hostess. Who would win? Fascinating. We're learning things. So, are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. What else does it look at? I saw some things here. Ah, hello there! Picture of Hans. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention to, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. Put your nerve there, be careful. Local, host. Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expecting to make a purchase? Expected to make a purchase. Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason, I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Let's get a... Let's get a champagne, maybe? What the hell? Hey. Pondering on. Pour out tower. For all I care. Dorignon. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Palm D Tower! The staff begin to unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower, tower, tower! I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't usually keep track of that sort of... His eyes wandered, losing light all the while until they settled into a glassy-eyed, pity stare at an overworked-looking man at a small table, adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her broadness. Send it over to him, king for a day. With the same nervous smile he'd used to shake hands with the suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. You just gave the tower away? I've got shit to do. I can't drink all of that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, you paid all that money to just pass it along to some stranger. Are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client falls under investigative expenses. That is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it'd be more likely he'd have you killed. What else did I look at here? Oh, of course. Oh, I missed the data pad. How did I miss that data pad on the table? Oh, I'm dumb. I'm blind. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a glove like this? Probably something along the lines of... I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh, wait. This actually looks somewhat interesting. Fungus. Simians. Bamboo stokes unrest. Fungus stymies. Stimmy is bamboo. stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns, met with greater than usual saltwater flooding, had already left many of the tropical-centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasing widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region. As this large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop, cultivated successfully for thousands of years, and on all 7 continents, if one counts the agricultural science lab as the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activities have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and construction material. Premier. I read the first. Alright, correct the first time. Fuck me in the ass. For most of the world, essentially, in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in the wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern, genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in small numbers of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cost crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild. And years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye. Said one worker who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizens. I can't read English words good. Requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us to just burn it all. It's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn. They want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay us to have masks. Data on the efficacy of burn pits in combating the spread of the fungus is limited. Most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation was correct for time. Inhalation among the personnel is low and masks are an unnecessary measure. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Plata's rebellion was decades ago. The gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in a fungal plot were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again. You got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could easily be out of work. You'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idealistic conditions. And though education lies firmly on the realm of corporate authorities, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsey syndrome. Ramsey syndrome remains a serious concern among... We've We're having difficulty authorizing your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this webpage displaying properly for you? Okay, so, all in all, I believe it's, of course, there's fungus in bamboo. Bamboo is a very important crop for construction and manufacturing of materials. This specific bamboo is tailored to be grown in certain areas. There is no mass being provided. This fungus is hard to see. You can see it. The fungus can be seen in the eye, and the people believe that the lack of mass providing is politically motivated, and yeah, there's a low population. There's low age population. Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the message is getting concerned about growing unrest, growing fungus. I feel like growing on fungus. That fungus sounds nasty. They'll chew through their crops and then the megs will take a loss. Meh. Guess they'll engineer their way around that issue soon enough. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The one where okay, it's unrest. I'm gonna save scum because I can. Not that far back, it's fine. Whee! We're just gonna blaze through this real quick. Yes, I can. I want to get the most out of everything. Just speed through this. We get champagne again. Actually, I wonder what happens if we get a different drink. Is there a better answer than champagne? I'm curious, actually. Yeah, you know, save scum, but I'm curious what the other options do, actually. What would the other options do? A wine? A glass of house red. The bartender raises their brow before nodding. When they finish pouring, I'm left with a thin-necked glass of lightly bubbling crimson. The unshakable feeling that a hole has been bored into my wallet. Candy red. Is that good? Most red wines are darker than that. And most red wines also smell more... You're telling me I just bought a glass of fruit dye and vodka or something? Hi, Kimmy. Welcome in. Possibly. But you wouldn't be the only one to do so, looking around the room. When in Rome. It's pretty shitty logic when Rome happens to be burning cash all around you. Okay, interesting. And what's the beer say? Hey, buddy. One beer. Whatever's on tap. The bartender gives me a stare that's trying very hard to be withering. Underneath these soft, warm lights and all that makeup, though, the message feels muddled. And expected. What finally arrives is... Mostly foam. Boss would not approve of their pouring technique. I don't care if it's dishwater or food coloring, so long as it gets me in. Oh, those are boring. Those are boring. Let's go for champagne. Those are boring answers. Let's go for champagne. A lot of extravagance in the champagne order. That, because I read that already. That, and then finally the data pad. Which is about unrest. Growing unrest. The fungus is a problem. Sure. But they've engineered their crops around problems like this 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Mama, the deck. The big cheese? Cheese? Where? The big cheese. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do we have? What the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit! You clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikaria might be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keeping them in the dark. And feed them shit. Yes, yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Now, can we talk? Or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You got a champagne tower. You can talk all the goddamn night you want. Woo! Champagne tower was the way to go! I knew it. I knew the champagne tower was the correct way to go. We're so good. We're so in, guys. We're so in. We are so in. Introductions, then. I'm Morgan, Esquire. Criminal defense attorney. Representing Sosuke Ikaria. With a glowing green toaster for your +1. Aw, poor Sarah. Poor Sarah doesn't get an introduction, doesn't get a name. Good to put better myself, miss. Kim Hana. Small business owner. Kim Hana. I'm gonna just go to the host pop-up. The paper pop-up. This will pop up. Article pop-up. Alright, let's read about Kim. Hana Mama Kim. Date of birth, March 26th. Height, 164 centimeters. I'm taller than her. Blood type AB positive. Occupation, small business owner. Loves persimmon. Handbags. Joint Kraken. Huh? Dislikes part-timers. Binge watchers. Ad vandalism. Do you like... Does that mean she likes ads? Oh, I didn't mean to get out of that. Hana... Not Han. Kim. Hidden talent? Can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Ooh, motto. Promote from within. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only blue bloods that have any influence at all. First gen young bloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach to us all about political correctness? Really, madam? I know PC! My gen invented PC! We've got PC coming out of our ears! Gen Z. It's Gen Z, I think. So I mean when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? That is not. They'd knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs. You're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you've got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. Creek's killer. Brenson's fate. Little Lord ID. Who's Brenson? Who's Brenson? I don't remember who Brenson is. Something that she doesn't know already. We know Creek's killer, but she doesn't care about Creek. Who the fuck is Brenson? Taking a break between streams is Brenson's fate. Who the fuck is Brenson? Evan Smalls, Masters, Makoto, London, Kim, Han. Okay, what is Little Lord ID? I doubt these are going to be useful. Because it's supposed to be something that can tell her that she doesn't already know. I don't think she has a Creek. Who's Brenson? Who was Brenson? I don't remember who Brenson is. Makers, Creek, Tank, Trey, Tosuke, Sarah, Sato, Rogers, Rockford, Reese, Rise, Miller, Masters, Makoto, Linden, Kim. Who the fuck is Brenson? Brenson. I don't recall anyone named Brenson. I don't think Creek's Color's gonna be useful. Because we know Creek's Color is, that's us. We're Creek's Color. Let's go with Little Lord's ID, I guess. Let's save actually before I do this. I'm not really sure what the fuck what I'm supposed to be expected to do here. Even if I'm right, I'd only be telling her that Chopin's dead, and that no one, and of no use to her. There's also the chance that she has no idea the Little Lord is even real. In which case, I'd be showing her way more in my hand than I'd like. Okay. Brenson's fate. I can tell you what happened to at the courthouse today. Oh, Brenson's the person who shot us! Oh yeah! I forgot about that man's name. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, I'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. An instant. Uninstall. Branson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot in his life. But Branson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Wait a second. Okay. I'm sorry, something. Not you, I take it. Not you, I take it. Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses, too. Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom? Because you can't go to war without a war chest. Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades. You little shit. No. Time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the hard line. Time's running out before you miss the bus on. Time's running out before you miss the bus on. Prop 492. No guard stands farther from Prop 492. Process end. Everyone would know by tomorrow. No amount of scamping now will stop Proposition 492 from getting shoved. Yeah, got it done. You need money making opportunity with highly specific timing. Nirvana then. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Meh. Party drug. Dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is. And you could rake it in by the truckload. If you have the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the gray wave is gonna roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the max. And the Icaria. You've been losing games to them for 3 decades straight. But I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Course not. What the hell will I'll just roll over for those upstart bootlickers. That goddamn fox! Smirking behind his perfumed incense and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should've cut his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. The family's patriarch. You haven't had the chance to meet him in person. You have, actually. But in passing. I haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Ah! Knew there would be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already think of cigar smoke. Anthony does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell could be the first sign of... I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now, admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legacy. To legitimacy, even. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So, what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikaria line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself? Or for the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Brenson somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah. Brenson didn't even manage to scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? The detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes. Why? Nah! Not wasting a question on him, of all people. Speaking of which, the bottles spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off the Proposition 492? Ah! You missed that one try, another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a short cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, and the feeling is mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo, kid! Get a prize! Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had read ink documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. Your plan was already fragile. Was always fragile, even. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning, the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan B. Plan B's. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Proposition 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name. P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. You must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long? That sloppy bastard? Wait, you didn't know what was on the papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust. In a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So, Chopin wasn't on that plan. What possibilities are left for them? Might as well try asking. We'll have a chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bring in a huntsman. Fake. You don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong. You're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry. Guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you'd brought a no mask into the city. nthCirlce mentioned that. It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah. He must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real. Maybe he's fake. Maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms, like that, get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man, who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still have a bunch of our house, my room? Who hired you? Most spend your final question on that. Makoto. Makoto Ikaria, if that wasn't already clear. Uh-huh. You some no-name nobody with no connection to say any of the connection to any of the family. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend this hound. Either you're dumber than you look, or just less curious than a lobotomite. But either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't. Which you can freely admit. Okay, that's the answer. Because I don't know. First day it's coming because I like the money. I like the money I get. I like the money I get in the end. I don't know. Knew it. Yet you had to ask. I like the money. I like the poker chips I accumulate. I get money in the end. I get my money in the end, even though I could already buy everything I want right now. I get the money in the end. I'm excited for this one. This looks cute. I'm excited for Sarah on the clock. Apparently, someone recommended me to Makoto. Well, however it started, the Ikaria have their leashes on you now, girl. If I were you, I'd find out where they latched on and pry them off. Before they bleed you dry. I'm basically just doing them a favor. I doubt we'll have any further transactions. Try telling them that. Well, you would be the expert on blood-sucking. Careful, girl! Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it could be rhetorical. What are you gonna do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Atenay? You're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually, you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace, knowing everything you ever managed to build will be launched? Will be laundered at what? 30%? 40%! 35% just end up in the hands of some punks you tutor. What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear, sweet Granny here. 'Cause she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. And she's gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Atene? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little lord? But Tarek Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. How dare they! After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Ososuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum! If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen. Just keep nodding. And if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. Paper. What do kids your age like? Not my birthday. Not my birthday. I'm not asking for you. And I'm not a kid. And I'm not a kid. So, I want to know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. With someone younger than you, like. IDK. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is imperceptible. Impenetrable, even. Other day the school announced they're gonna be doing test prep for every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. The caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. What? It's not that impenetrable. It's a basic non sequitur. What? I don't get it. How is it pronounced sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by a youth. I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what do you want me to do from here? Hack them from Fortnite? Hack them from some Fortnite box? What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So, they must be like... rich? Yes. What else would I mean? I'm the worst ass for this advice then. I'm the worst ass for this advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. What do you think I do? Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible for my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope! Never got assigned one. Yes, I guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer on their end. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Burning up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins into visors' purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. Heard he passed you. You know him? Heard he passed. Did you know him? Ha ha. Whatever photo that is. Now to send. God damn it! I mean... what would you do if they were rich adults? Fire them, or whatever. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Lottery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious for anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do that. You can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Sosuke did strain himself suddenly when he tried to tackle me on the ground. But that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was. Part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well. Oh, well then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools regret their actions. The anger of the house, the once roused, is not easily satisfied. Shit. And then there was a lull. He's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto, House Iharia. We need to speak with you. Wow. Good job. About what? About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? No, that's not what I... There's nothing Sosuke would have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but... Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Vicario was doing up until a year ago. Does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Sosuke... What? If it's for Sosuke... Enough! Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadow seems to extend to his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropping into water. That's the gangster. Chairman! All of you, show respect now! He says it out of practice, without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without as much as the creak of the floorboard. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a fat tail, begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Give me your Makoto! Grandpa! What? Theirs. Completely different. Everything in the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather. Of course, but... My little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot on the floor. I was not expecting the head of the house of nobility to be so... affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. And we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were there. While we were at it. Made a lot of frustrated people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces so only nodding when I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Blah. Ahem. Ahem. Chairman, apologies for the lack of instruction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope you would say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad could she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Ah ha ha ha! Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse. On the second floor, there's a case of Sake. Sake that I won in a drinking game 5 or perhaps it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but... Old trick of the trade. One sip in anything you tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake. That was wrong with you. Of course he can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. Time for serious talk. And one of them layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Want a suit and a pair of glasses and think you can just stand there for the rest of your career. You lazy. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do. Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no case of sake. There is no case of sake. Oh. Sarah likes alcohol. Oh, she just wants to have some sake and chill. What a baby. We love her. Pat, 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 pat. But then, the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... I made it up. I made that up. You're the lawyer. And the truth of what I said. No need for the tricks like that. No need for tricks like that. Attorney, client, privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer, and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then, just send Makoto away. Mr. Chairman, sir. I want to walk the gardens. Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Reading the room. Hey. Work strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? You know what a butler is? But you pretend to be that one. Pretend to be like that. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there'd be no point in any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down What you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books. Orchestrated. So grand. So full of it. We knocked on their doors. When they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the streets and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. And it wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. Daisuke. Ooh! That is a portrait! Oh my god! That's a powerful portrait. Look at him go. Date of birth? January 25th. In 2 days. Height? Day in the video. Day in life. 2 days. Height? 172 centimeters. Weight? 104 kilograms. Blood type? O positive. Occupation? CEO. Ikaria Financial Group. Likes bodybuilding, archery, bonsai, just likes phones at the dinner table. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food. Enjoying spicy food. Smells like cedar, tobacco, iron and dried blood. Handshake? Vice-like. You tight-ass fuck. Handshake. And my uncle named him his successor for it. Named me his successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight. I can't read. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight. They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. So, how'd you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour. This was right before the Red Decade got underway. And once the borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats. Paraded in front of the courts of cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that no, we wouldn't have done anything. We couldn't have done anything. You did everything right. So did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of a proper gladiator. Instead of proper with a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven. No grains in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city. And she was mine. Last call. All aboard. And everything you built since? Reddition. Orion. Ori Holdings. The legitimate half. You proud of? That was the easy part, actually. Re-privatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private market? How? Dunno! I'll let you know when they ever pull it off. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale. We, being the new ability. That's the term you prefer? Ajane, why is he confessing? He is not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Hikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting, they say it's somewhere too. Probably. A year ago, you extended a olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But your financing, is that why it fell apart? My Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. That's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Losuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto. And he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order? Yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto? Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on attack, not hoping and hopping around the king's side blocking checks. Hey, trust metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally, in the center of the field, where she can attack freely, at least, assuming you've subscribed to. Okay, got it. But here's the question. Who's in VC? Oh, I see. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they want to capture our little Makoton? Either his blood? If they're literally out for Makoto's blood, they want to stay supply. Mina suggested they try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in any of the sort. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama says much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. That's what I'd do. If they had any hairs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto, if not to capture or kill him? They don't want Makoto. They want Sosuke. Their goal has never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean? Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiots punks wanted to keep my hound alive? I don't think. I know. Because that's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. If they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just any blue bloods. They tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water. They're all the same scum. As you say. But I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts beyond that scum, among that scum. The young blood captured him, no doubt on old guard orders. But just an hour ago, an old guard was asking about Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. I'm guessing the young blood knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the blue bloods want, ultimately, is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can. What do the blue bloods need right now? More than anything. A lot of money. Without which, they can't invest in legalizing Nirvana. It's a shame! We have to pick up where they left off. So, the time when they need money, they're throwing their low bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My, I look away for a few days and suddenly my hounds skyrocket in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? Yourself. What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shared a drop of his blood. Sosuke's the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling family. The only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. A shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Sarah, When did the attack, supposedly, on Makoto begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch. But only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist. With very defined pectoral and collarbones. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day. That's not as if he bled blue. You're telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Cyanus, in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left on other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have them in a fly on their wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the Little Lord. That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If he knew Sosuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know, bonsai. They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. It took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme. You solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now I wish that Sake was in this art house. Instead, as a reward of your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in person, in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. In before 250. Oh, in before. You can do it. I believe. Ganbatte. I'm sorry, I'm late. Actually, I'm not late. I'm late. Ganbatte, you can do it. I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. Akemi, I believe in you. You can do it. It's not that far off. That's a very feasible goal. You can do it. I believe in you. Fear and delusion. Sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit in seafoam. And if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people. No one will believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year, we pulled back. No resistance. No bargaining. We let the blue bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year. We withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, and drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 30-second. For 20-second even. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No. Not that harsh. Cool eyes. Like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated. Like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry. Like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she fled to. And the shots in the distance. I would ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown? And why her thighs were covered in blood? She just gave birth. But instead, I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's traditional in our family to bring back centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically, from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live? Now today, that I could invent the little Lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor. So long as those fools still have hope that they could reclaim their former glory, they'd never rob themselves into chipping away at ours. What if they ever did become a real threat again? I'd have the world's most valuable hostage, ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope intimate shield for your family. Eventually, your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so was Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at this point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have. But it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke is the little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods, what? We'll work together to set Sosuke free. I killed everyone who could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is on the ground. Most of them by me. I did all that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now they're finally ready to die. You think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect my one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It won't complicate the tax suits against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. I would have preferred you ever wasted my time unearthing any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. I wouldn't have wasted your time. No, sorry. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited? You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we could focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Audit? Sosuke's in trial for his life. Sosuke's sworn to protect his family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive. But permanently, beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage they're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage. Just a babysitting gig. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So, Sosuke has always just been a tool to you. A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along. I've always wondered, do tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly. What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? That... that doesn't make sense. Huh? Sosuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to risk his life for his country instead of you? Ooh. It's not like he was one of those Minutemen that throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about Azure Hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions. He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof? Raise him like a son. Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't? Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust her conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just from its voice box entirely. If it's going to speak over a man using its own under his own roof. Goddamn copper. Next, the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor. Do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now! I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto was Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, the previous heir that Sosuke grew up graduate guarding must have been Makoto's mother. There she is. Hi. Mirei. It is safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues. I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married? That I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? Gamers. Is she single? Gamers. Is she single? You think I could, you know? She's pretty cute. You told me you worked for Oria Holding. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life, up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. So, that message you wanted me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house? If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crime he is accused of. So you know. You knew. And you thought you would parse that message. You thought you could parse the message. That means Sosuke. He's not an intelligent man. Merely stubborn. But all are the most frustrating things. What did the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke? Precisely. A blood donation. One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard want to become nobility. How do they cement alliances among the aristocrats of old? They want Sosuke to marry. But the old guard are old. Guard. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing that I've asked for. Asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. Midday, you were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard and driver and poison taster. Though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. She's so hot. She's so hot, guys. Guys, she's so hot. Guys, she's hot. What the fuck? Ugh. Guys, she's hot. Help. She's too hot. Give me a second. Guys, she's hot. Guys, she's hot. Ah! She's so hot. What the fuck? I love evil women. What the fuck? Help. She's hot as fuck. But the assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had to have been a decade ago. So, he joined the military the moment he didn't need to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he asked him to become the Hound. Guy must really hate guard duty. He must. Back up a moment. Your father. He didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So, how long has he known? And how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the world, in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle. Quite the guilty consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully, you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yes, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why nobody's gone over to stomp them out. If Sosuke's known this whole time that the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't detect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? She's so hot, guys. Guys, she's so hot. Oh my god. She's hot. Women! Women! Wow! I love women! You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. Not quite. No connections with this incident? That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria. This is one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you have. They've never been after your son. Not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke. Mikoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So, I seriously doubt his dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirei Ikaria, however, has a relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have relationship to Renigen. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board with pure respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Renigen go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renigen makes, and the prices it charges. Renigen is best known for the patenting of metformin, a patent which expired years ago. plenty of other companies making it now. And yet, the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure. But this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. They'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel wouldn't know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metformin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Greek, had a brother with expensive tuition in TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes. TAD. Showing results for type 2 abnormal diabetes. Type 2 abnormal diabetes is a subtype of a autoimmune disorder, diabetes, first discovered in the mid-21st century. It is characterized by the body's inability to regulate its own blood glucose level, while type 1 diabetes is largely due to genetic factors, and type 2 diabetes is acquired by poor diet and exercise. The type 2A diabetes is mostly believed to result from childhood exposure to specific artificial sweeteners, and seemingly cannot be reversed. Exactly which artificial sweeteners contribute to the disease is still not well understood, but the disease increased prevalence in urban food desserts is well documented. No severe symptoms of TAD can be managed through diet and exercise, but even then, the perpetual neuropathy, deterioration of nerves in the limbs, is overall fragile. Overall fatigue can be debilitating. TAD can be treated with a variety of medicines, but the most commonly prescribed is metformin, as it can be ingested as a daily pill rather than injected like many comparable drugs. The cost of the TAD medication is a well-known issue, particularly in urban communities with high youth population, while Ranjan's original patent on metformin has expired, and there are generic versions of the medication freely available. Prices remain high, even for drugs produced by direct competitors, for reasons that remain unclear. Management has maintained that metformin is sold at the proper marketing value, and has suggested that state-mandated quality control processes are to blame for the inflated costs that drug manufacturers are forced to pass on the consumers. He has also frequently searched for teeny sensation fingers. Why? How do you get health insurance? What does health insurance actually even do? What did it do, really? What's the dog doing? No one knows. He'll need metformin the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan. Don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mod Act has its limits. Yes, of course. One could find the name M. Icaria in relation to Renegin Board, if they looked hard enough. So, you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? You wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now, the rest of the speculation. The rest of this is speculation, but he might have wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So, you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke is like a brother to you. You've gone out of your way to try to help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies. New android. Still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold? Back before Renegin? Before the facade of nobility. Back when we were the Icaria cartel? Opioids? Yes. It was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, and send it to the pharmacy. And that's just pain maintenance. It's all the same poison. Equally addictive, whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats up people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A lovable parent would steal from their own child if they thought they could buy them release from that kind of pain. Painkillers. What a joke. Does Renegin produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need. And I'm sure their families mourn them. The addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day finally fades out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us. If you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renegin.mail, main financing, prescription financing options, out of the pocket apply. You have that memorized. But this portal is not listed. or linked to anywhere on the site. I know. But it still works fine. By law, we have to have it. We can't be blamed if the website is poorly disguised. If you know any despondent, crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. Obviously, file effect. Reveal a hidden connection between achievement unlocked. Reveal a hidden connection between warring parties. Yes. Yes. Hell yeah. Yes. We're so good. We're doing so well. Hell yeah. We're winning. We're gaming. Hell yeah. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Don't know how you pulled that off. Adine? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. They do. Refer to themselves as a house. A lot. "7:14 p.m., August 15th, 2086. So, where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Zosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme. We are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. You're troubled by the nature of my work at the Hound. You're adopted. Yes. From the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it. I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... Alright, stop! Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know. Probably, right? Yes, I know what you're referring to. And before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year, trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sosuke. How can a brave soldier serving the House of Hikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? Worthy attempt, counselor. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family? They raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. You owe everything to them, nothing on to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I've never met. You have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full blood of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, what? They shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Did they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. But a man in chains, strip him naked, so his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, and have him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he is a person. After you're so bored, you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you've scratched your skin raw just to feel something new. That's when they ask if you like a job. After people stop being people. How could you even know any of that? We encountered an issue when processing your request. Hey there! Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide NHJ JLA, search for us for this terminal temporarily blocked. Read more about this. Read about more how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Oi. Take my phone and call Hana-Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess to these crimes, and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not If you're at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. I'm fucking around with the mag arm. Only seems to be loose. I can't tighten it because there's no thing to tighten the fucking axis. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Icaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together, your families would. I know exactly what would happen if I made the deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involving in this process. Namely, disowning the family who raised me my entire life. And claiming myself before the world as the son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son. In return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the darkest valley. Is that it? You'd rather rot in prison as nthCirlce than live in luxury as blue blood? Gladly. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel. And charge me my plea to guilty. If that's your answer. And that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right? So, if you somehow last another night without the cops bothering you when you're asleep, we'll need some kind of strategy and get into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means and motive and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe if we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat or a lot. We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to stand tomorrow. All you need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify? What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Alright. You gonna take another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Atene. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You gonna ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty. Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Icaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? Like a solid snake? The people who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Icaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Do they really shave everyone in prison? Or was that another bluff? Not everyone. No. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. You'll be back up on my nose. No math. Okay. 8:44 p.m. August 15th, 2086. Morgan's apartment. Oh, it's this lovely image again. Let me take a picture of this. I can't take the text there. That's fine. Good puzzle. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. And you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Boobs. Sosuke Ikaria's that kind of puzzle. Give me a second. What do you want? What are you yelling me for? Nothing important? Okay. Sosuke Ikaria's that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge. Just so. But the results wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the blue bloods know, what the Icaria are hiding, what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. And even after all that getting kneecapped, my client refused to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Or maybe empty it. What? Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepage used to be great. Tuned to a T. I'd get closed-circuited footage of industrial machine accidents, gun assemblies, with no commentary in the title. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. But the end result of my internet history looks like it's a little more random to an outsider. I guess I can forgive it. But if she's to be added to a mailing list for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. Let's go. Look outside. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes, if my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the street below melts into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can be said its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? What else to look at here? Bake? I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. And when I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up, or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint. But she's not here now. When I was still slaving away in that witch's office, I never wanted hungry mouths. Co-workers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. I'm gone without a trace in minutes. Lamb to the slaughter. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. And staring daggers in the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Hey, cool kid. You go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme for an extracurricular activity. Does that help or hurt your chance of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart? It's exactly like this pyramid scheme. I don't know what I can give you advice since I don't know if I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know. Ask questions. Talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Be a lawyer. Collect evidence and some shit. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive. Or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason. Right? I guess I fell asleep after that. After all. It's still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes? That's it? What the hell is going on with me today? Ugh. Am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? I should check my temperature. Might be something wrong with me. Don't feel like going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Blibbit's school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigators cover Denning's girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. Great job, you. But you just cost me 600. You little shit. Federal investigators recover Denning's girl. The nation rejoices tonight. As daughter of the renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound, thanks to the efforts of the federal investigators, spearheaded by a playbook that applies old tactics to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Consistency Inc. Constancy Inc., which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up display services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed force members, serving them relevant, reliable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted waiting for them on their doorsteps when they got home. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as a COO in an advertising role. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked, or worse, given in to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. He's a better man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away, said one investigator close to the operation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a serious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did do us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, the research narrowed down their possible background, and then we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considering a signature of the military, which is elite hostage retrieval squad. Anyone who reads handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class monitoring surveillance was carried out without so much as a shot fired. Meticulously. Skills like that, unfortunately, for the suspect are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. Once dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Denning's past work and suspects' military backgrounds. Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a sufficient reply of no comment. Mr. Denning's business associates have no bearing on the value of this devout's life, which I am glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigator. On my left here, Special Investigator Ayaz, Technical Analyst Solvok, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together they are as inferior as we are that anti-authority outside anarchists, inciting anxiety on our city streets anonymously. Join us in our push to make all internet searches tie directly to the citizen's taxes return ID. Sign up below and you'll direct you to how to help. Okay, interesting. So, daughter kidnapped. Kidnapping home, planned flawlessly. Meticulous kidnappers. We caught them finally, after work of some special investigators. Okay. How was that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. You were chewing out Mirai for keeping me in the dark. It's just the nightcap I need. That woman was like a black cat. Hang on. That now doesn't sound like Mirai. Oi! Oi! That voice almost sounds like... Oh, what about you, shit? I better check the door cam. The door cam. Hi, Raze. Detective? Is that you? Open up! Pardon? Is there open up? I said open up! Hang on, are you? Stop it saying you hear me, you little creep, okay? You little creep. Detective Reese, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask that. Oh. I'm gonna just wave my badge. Hello to the door cam. Damn, my door just unlocked like that. That can't be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model door is that? Oh yeah, this whole door in the city zoning is legal for me. I'm locked down like that. Guess Han had a point. Getting to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just let me in, I did not. Here I am, above the book. What's up, Maria? Why are you still up there? Who'd you kill to get a place that's huge? Oh. I need to quick go dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute. BRB. Dehydrate time. let's resume the game. Hey, Reese, look at this photo I have on my phone. Reese, look at this photo I have. Look at this pretty photo I have on my phone. Isn't it interesting? Anyways, she's drunk. What the fuck? Why is she here? Why is she drinking at my fucking doorstep? What the heck? What do you even do with this much space? Hang on the rafters like a bat? Echo! 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 Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Does anyone even know you're here? Well, let me check. Accessories, badge number 100806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, protective surveillance of suspected criminal targets, threat assessment as medium to low target capabilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting from... What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city race. Reporting from address withheld. Any copies? Over? Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your parameters. No monitors. Got you 10:06. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Hey! Where's the snowball? What? She waves her hand in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball. Circle ball. Matcha ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story, you problem maker sleep in a cover in the parking garage. Going off the David setup? Going off the David setup. She might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Yeah, God! Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to criticize my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk, and I'm drunk because you're in danger. No, the other way around. I drank because I was pissed and cast when everyone else told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy a few hours ago, I was too emotional and too useless. Same here! It's a cat's a bad guy. Because you were just feigning that cop killer. Uh-huh. Who's also an arc killer, a whale cop killer? Killer whale cop. Every demity in the city wants to shoot him. And also you. You're his stinking lawyer. Thanks? You know, I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyers. Thanks. So I'll park myself right here and catch next ass and listen after you. Lock him up and throw it the key. And if I am going to save your life, too, it's okay. You don't deserve it. You could have just skipped. You should have just stopped talking. I'm gonna stop talking easily. Do you really not have anything to drink? I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? This is my home. You're the host, whatever, but I'm gonna do what I gotta do, and where the hell is the square top? If I have to host a drunk detective race the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I need to force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit! I said I'll get it. Oh god. Wait. This is the best part of the vid. Where are the brakes and the horsepower? For years, they all abided by this gentleman, the agreement, or their engines would have horsepower capped at 270 or so. Towards, it's like arms race of engineering in a country in which huge street racing is seen. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower. And they all just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everyone knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine. With the same goddamn torque and rating in 2 different countries. And they were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement, so that leaks could be noticeable. That's naturally gas, you dummy. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scare me for a sec, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me, and I never even had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. I don't know the difference between gas and gasoline. So, you knew chopping? So you knew chopping. God. Get it, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long? Once. Which is not a lot. Duh, I know. It was such a shitty day. Wear his uniform like I'm supposed to salute. And God, was he cheap. I said, why do you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. Can always tell when someone grew up with money. You really just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford is not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? I guess even you can tell a joke. Worst date I I've been on. It just looked like she was gonna stab me. I think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. And then he had the balls to tip 10%. And that is bad. Oh, what do you know? You really won't even get on a date in the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip. Well, yeah, but still, do you even have a dating profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit, looking for other creatures of the night? I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin through an app? Yeah, dating app for cops. Is it dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Why is it called just for all if it's just for cops? It's a oh, it's a pun. Just for all. Just for I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Not really a pun. Wordplay. Play on words for justice for okay. That's my guess, but like I was gonna guess that, but like that felt like a stretch. I felt like a stretch. I felt like a little stretch, but okay. Yeah, it's play on words for justice for all. The cops catchphrase we say all the time when we catch people. It's not for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sound allergies. I don't think there's an app for that, for me. Hang on, let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin. Ah, I suck it. Apps suck anyways. This one I matched, she was terrible at her teeth. She was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You're your first. I don't know. Why everyone's always so concerned about firsts. The hell does that mean? Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say. Let's get that straight. You gay? I'm gonna slap the guy's dumb face at the end of that date. But then I don't even recognize him. When Lion and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor, blood. Just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over, had to preserve the scene. I just had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry, I'm not sorry, I'm angry! You seem to get angry a lot. You've been to anger management, engagement. You know what that's about? Managing anger. Keeping calm. Not letting your emotions control you. Great at all. If you say so. I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint without come I say. And just all. And a hole in the bottom of a boat, a water tower. Fills it faster than you ever drain. I was big, I'd tramp this whole city down. Long, long before my anger's gone. Didn't even see people from the hall. Just two people shaped things face down in blood. Two? Suski and Chopin? They were both face down? What? Yeah. Because Roger was cuffing Suski on the ground. No, Andre doesn't want to klutz. That guy couldn't cuff. How? A cow? I don't know, something, coffee is a dress shirt. Oh, what do you want, a round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest, wordsmith. Just shut up. Okay. Interesting. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up on the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I can sleep in my chair if I had to. I could fall asleep in any position. Actually, it's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. I guess the address is on the business card. Downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly as so flush that I can afford to waste time on it. Oh my god, don't smile like that. Yes, you found your teacher's missing keycard. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Whoever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure you're gonna be the most unpopular kid in school right now. Well, I wouldn't be that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you need to find 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You sure everyone Puppy Dog Eye is that pathetic? Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. See? You need 5 members to found a club. If you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time, you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join. Right? Just that whining personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. 11:31 a.m. August 16th, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. They must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. Then, the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled up the red carpet for you this time. Rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay. We will look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating? Not on the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis That science completed, and Adonai. The reports on the bindings. Yeah. Summary of the forensics DNA analysis conducted by scientists followed below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A, Icaria. Skin matches Icaria. Blood matches the DNA of Icaria and suspect E. Miles Haven Miller's blood is also on this. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Keep that in mind. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. Yes, eyes working, Ben. His eyes healed. Hell yeah. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection? Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. The interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail. What about you, Ajne? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up. Then a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning. Thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. They gave it to us back in the military. On occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people. You looked like you had been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge of your injuries provided. During that doesn't make me happy, you know. Then why are you blushing? It's unlikely. You're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. Trial time! Trial time! Thank you for clarifying that for the court detective. That was the same story you told me yesterday, down the lower ward. He and Reese were the second unseen. They focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to know that it's on the record. So I can look it over. Gentleman testified that he and Detective Reese arrived at the scene the second pair of officers on scene. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we, focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor, and the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Was unlocked or was not unlocked? Was? Wait a second, where is that? What was that in the evidence? In the testimony? What one was unlocked? One was unlocked. Okay. So next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Sosuke Ikaria. I'm the head of personal security at the Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's a family-run small business. Mom and pop operation, I take it? Family-run. Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel that the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom you now are dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all I can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember. Even if it's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume. Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there was a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the records show the witness has admitted to wielding the same magus used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards the door, and past it, the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There was one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. Oh, so admits it! You remember holding your sword? Well, that ain't great. That's very interesting for you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it's important to me, so I bent down and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial. Ouch! I'm ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now. Oh, give me a second. I need to refill my water. And I want to mess up some tea as well real quick. So be right back in a minute. Alright, I acquired myself some tea. Be careful with this tea. It's gonna be hot as fuck though. So, ooh, that's good. Nice hot tea though. All right. Continuing the game. Surely we're past round 1 by now. Good bindings. Yordu. Magus. I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. I know where we're going with this actually. It's easy. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. Yep, that's it. Cut bindings. Then I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think of to do was bend down and pick up Yoru off the floor. The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance, having my rights read to me. Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he? It's a binding, so they're called cut bindings for a reason. No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. When I'm bonded, I managed to untie my bindings. Call on cut bindings. Take that. Sosuke going to have untied his way out of those bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they're very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out. You cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask that the defendants do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, the detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free. Until someone handed him a blade. Meaning, the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory be taken as the truth. Then forget him, and just look at the bindings. They're hard, physical evidence, and they had to have been cut. By something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with that sword to bring him into the main room for questioning. Where he turned the blade on the limb before slaughtering them all. Badass. Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves. Let's look at the bindings real quick. Cut bindings. Hardy cloth bindings found inside where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. Here's your DNA. It could have been the sword. Look at the bindings themselves. I guess it could have been the sword. Maybe? I don't want to fuck up this. I don't want to fuck this up somehow. Matches DNA. Blood matches the three of them. Just both Miller and Ikaria. Skin, sweat. I guess it could have been cut by the sword. We have a knife, but I don't think we can present that right away. Uh... Ahmed, it is possible that the sword cut those bindings. But anything is possible. And the DNA evidence points to a different answer. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. And upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall, by your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Ah, order of things. How will the blood get there? Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which she was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying! That's not possible! You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it. And I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows that he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had have to been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrist was left down for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks Creek, then picked up his sword as he just stated in his testimony and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrist bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he wouldn't cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already killed Miller. No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to break out of confinement? My knife. My client had simply used this to break out. What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said? There's nothing about a knife found seared at perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did? Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it. Doubting Thompson. It's not the android I have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood types. AB negative and B negative, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are, of course, interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alley dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alley dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking to the crime, I can see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of fourth murder weapon. Third murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to get himself free. The bindings, what of them? They were clearly cut with something sharp. Yes, we've been over this. And the knife is sharp. I'm not going to walk in circles in logic with you, Counselor. Harsh, but fair. Okay, I was thinking... I guess it's this one, then. My logic was the fucking blood that matched the two types, but I guess not. It's the med records, then. Oh, no. Well, I guess, like, fine, this one, I guess. Just take a look at that. Your client's medical intake record. They like to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in this file, I suppose they have to do a duty. There are. What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Now that paints a very gallant picture. But if he if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Whoops. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes. But none of his own. Adonai, it's correct. Yoro was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin. Not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. And that just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative? That blood type doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots. Right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan. Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect. Umeki. Ukemi, even. Umeki. I dyslexia. Ukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to evaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck? Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass Metal... It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Metal Gear. A conversation worth surpassing Metal Gear. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. I was repeating it, what I said, because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and it was one cut away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool! So, does anyone have our number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who's worked on the government, or... Dr. Sato is already on her way. So there's a group chat, and I'm not in it. She's beginning the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possible critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. Investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between police and science security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Miss Han. I assume it's Miss Han. Adelaide Han, flat manager of Science Security. I served as a supervisor of the scene of the crime in case 356319-B. Wow, can I call you Lady? Nah, babe. What should I call you, though? You can call me babe, or... You addressed the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but... we at Science Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. Oh, you'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners. Though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Honor. Science Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding of effective pseudonym of Kim Acquisitions. Cell corporation. A noun. Noun. A corporation structured such that the employees have no knowledge of its parent organization. A cell corporation is an informal rather than legal label for a business that operates without any clear or explicit knowledge of who is its parent or sibling companies may be. The name comes from late 19th and early 20th century covert cell systems, often employed by terrorists or paramilitary organizations. As there is no technological definition of what constitutes a cell corporation, the experiences of employees operating within such companies vary greatly, but it is commonly reported that individuals are expected to complete their work without full information about how their job slots into the greater corporation structure. While many consider the comparison inappropriate, or even libelous, there is nothing illegal about the organizational structure, and some consider it a prudent measure to reduce the risk of trade secrets leaking to competitors. It is also frequently searched for, what is my job? What is my job? What is my job? aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower ward that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If it says so, sounds like that's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile? Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Well, you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms. Petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country, and we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor. It's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. Got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife burr under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counsel? My turn. If my hunch is right, it'd be crucial that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime and the ways in which it changed after I left. Why did Cyanus Security first arrive on the premises, midnight? About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You sure? Checked messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. Long necks and parked cars. I'll let slip a few details about the building was set up when we first met. Time to get it all out of the record. Do you know who owns the buildings that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on the locations? It's Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork? The front door was Cyanus. The individual vault door locks too. That front door was locked when the officers arrived. They just shoot it open. Shouldn't your security system recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. But a lot of folks in the lower ward don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least it takes time. Do all the doors require keys? That's a fair question. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? That's still its key. Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk down and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for the building designed to be secure. Let's ask about the alley. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep. Seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. And did any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No? None? I don't think I asked about the weather's gonna be useful here at all. A few details about the building setup when we first met. I got called to go do something. We should be fine for a bit. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. How are we doing this? I'll get rid of this first of all. How are we doing this? Okay. I know what this shit looks like. I don't know if weather's gonna help me at all. So either I press the alley. I bet pressing the alley is the only thing to do here. I don't think the weather is gonna help me at all. I want to ask about if we plant this knife. I don't know. That feels the only thing I could do. Is there any is an opportunity for someone to plant that knife after the crime occurred. Leave the blue blood. There are cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if we went around planting it, if they went around planting our ants? We are a damn job. Alright, as expected. Using witness of corruption without strong evidence wasn't exactly a safe bet. I guess it's about the weather then. I don't fucking know what that's supposed to do. It was a warm night, I'll bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A. Small talk. Relevance. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows, not sure. The crime scene, in the room directly below it. Were the windows open? Yes, those windows were open when scientists arrived. Strange. Did it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. Okay, I think I'm supposed to just extrapolate the uselessness of accusing them, I guess. I guess it was supposed to happen, but I don't know. Sure. And even if I had been a downpour, it's not a crowd of risking your windows still wet. Alright, so the building wasn't really sealed by the time you got there. Thank you. It was a very enlightening conversation. It raises one more question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Blackjack. The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Councilor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first? So the people can properly eviscerate it? Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin, and Rogers did. And that's because, obviously, it becomes obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he wasn't even he wasn't even turning the handle first? The front door was locked. No. The door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified that the door is designed to lock itself automatically. It's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, if we know that the front door was locked all night, we know the master key was found in the creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used the spare key. Oh, a spare. How convenient. Completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not. No. Probably. So how about I say the courtroom? Show the courtroom where it was hidden instead. Under the dumpster? The heavy dumpster? That was moved? The dumpster? What's your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment, and besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me! I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster was clearly moved, as indicated by the markings that are left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see those marks, Counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified. The last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. Oh! I forgot about that fact. That there's rain marks under the dumpster. So what? The claim is that the spare key on the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar to leaving a spare key under a potted plant. Or setting stone. Or B-Wall statue. Is there anything like either of those examples? That dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. It was moved after the rain stopped, before Chopin and Rogers had got there. That neighborhood was down sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move the dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... It had to be Han, of course. Counselor! As a known associate of Blue Blood Mafia, she's an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene. She'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happened to be incredibly heavy. But I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? Use your back or your arms, lady? Pushing strength, then. Me? I'm gonna push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof of any of what you've said. We get your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them. Because I've used it plenty of times, it's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You got none but partial from a bunch of unlisted and addicts who ever got stumbled around in that alley. Would we? Dunno. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into the alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's something strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she's spent nearly 2 whole days patrolling it. True. Fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were. And she was there long before Sienna showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. What the hell was that? Adney, do you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it, every ad in the courtroom picks rather nasty frequency. And does any phone with a proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he had pressed his whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say, Your Honor? To herself, Miss Han? Did someone install that app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The Lower Wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far! I was in the area that night! It didn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key. Then the front door locked behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far into her brilliant spare key deduction, are you going to claim that she simply ran away? No. At that point, she would have had to hide. Since they didn't see her, logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on the floor. Well, not floor. That is logical, but also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had arrived, apprehended the suspect, and we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I reached the first floor, and all the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps by a spare master key? Is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would be the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. We put the witness behind the Officer Chopin. Not a bad place to be. If you wanted to do some backstabbing. You're gonna be shitting me. That's conjecture. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tarek Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eye of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. I thought I had something. Then I tried to put the cards on the table. How could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the third floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window? Maybe, or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I should have asked what Han could have done to get in the position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could assess the stenographer protocol. What protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recreate any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han would self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... nthCirlce testimony. London Rogers and those guys. If Han's self-incrimination only just gives clues or action would be London's Rogers testimony. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? You heard a loud slam. You heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deathly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... disposed of knife? Got that before. Disposed of knife. A loud slam. A loud slam. I don't know, did she land on a dumpster? Landing on the dumpster went too. Right? Either land on a dumpster or dispose of knife. Chopin's still alive at this point. She's in the first move to the dumpster. She's still here. She's not in the room. If she's upstairs, she would have gone to... landed on the dumpster? Think. What could have just served her own interests? Disposed of knife. Of course, that was the sound of her tossing the knife into the trash. Drum. Did she tie it to a set of symbols first? Having a knife from the trash can could hardly draw attention to someone standing outdoors. Right, of course. Allow me to rephrase. The sound Rogers heard from the alley from that one made Chopin producer was... must have been when Han... landed on the dumpster. The sound officers heard was that someone fleeing the scene. At the window, down the fire escape. And onto the dumpster. And onto the dumpster. Okay, that's why that's our first guess, but order operation wouldn't make sense to me. I'm trying to think of order operation when you got there and ran. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster ledge to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tarek Chopin? Yes. Obviously I am. Counselor, you... I'm joking. Well, absolutely no one's laughing. My theory is right, that it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the Chops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. She's been cooperative. She's been uncooperative and has lied to the witness stand. Miss Han didn't kill anyone. Okay. Well, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares? Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be better to use the court's time if we clear the room for the remainder of the witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendants of the holding room. You're forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, take along, would you? With Sosuke. Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I'm certainly not still concussed at this point. See? He's hilarious. Trust me. Very well, Atene. Good luck. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury, live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defendants and people and moi. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So, you think I got something continuous to say? Sorry. Well, it's just gonna be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What? The pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard. What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Who'd you know that? You binge a late dine special? Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from. Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch to? Mr. John? Mr. John? I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Icaria lawyers. The court's already emptied out. You can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing. And then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Tell me I'm screwed if I do. Screwed if I don't. Ain't exactly got me feeling. Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog does go down for a crime he didn't commit. But how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m. Night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek, because the whistles all have specific frequencies. You gotta set them on your device if you want to listen to them. Listen in for them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. It's faster than that way. On foot. Usually is. In lower wards. I knew where the spare key was. Set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepping inside and had just gotten my phone light up when those two idiots cops came in. Reds and blues. But no siren. Trying to do some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard chopping going, ready to break that lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Use a spare key to the nearest vault. Get inside and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. I went upstairs, he was quiet, except for that squeak on his fourth step. Creek used to joke about that there was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Owen was stopping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. I always knew exactly where that one was. The one shouted down, he shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. But I ended up smashing the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley!" Heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on fire escape. My knees had stopped shaking, and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a scientist rep. Nah. There's a spare key now. Found the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, if you can say. I ain't gonna help you go get snorkel around if that's what you're asking. Well then, the people thank you for your testimony. You cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case, though none of the answers you provided have changed the fundamental fact that the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she arrived. What are you talking about? Why go to such an effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building and stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. He's not coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got something done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible. The only fourth characters of the P492 planned to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain. Because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he should have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one your own business card. nthCirlce? You leaked the red ink? Craig never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was giver. Gave money, food, blood, well, any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guys like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in a young blood. But they also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew. More responsibilities. Less downtime. No sleep. Keep them too tired to make time to rebel. Then wait for them to screw up. They can make an example of them when they do. Managers could do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones who would keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab the car kit or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff or a big shot. At least that was a rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. Maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those bruises, broken bones. Did he off the chopping guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up, spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your question, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window? It was dark and you were panicked. How could you even have noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? Kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why don't you just simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Moving an item from an arc-scanned building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen if that wanted the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Look back to see what the hell is missed. But the damn thing was in every pickly arc's head right from the beginning. Not gonna trash to hide it was the best I can do. The reward survival tactics, hide in numbers. If this trap wasn't on the second floor when you left it, it was when the arcs was from the start. That means the Rise's body cam saw it. The second floor windowsill. The one that connected the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness. Even though all we've managed to establish is that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? One paper? Am I stupid? Just because this paper is originated from the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone would have taken the fire escape. Could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't. Because then they would have run right into... Dr. Sato! She has some evidence. Or DNA or whatever. Maybe an updated autopsy report, if you even care. Oh, the updated autopsy report? No! It haunts every narrative. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so... So I can cry if I want to? Open her up. And keep the flood out. Hey, Miss Morgan? That carry a dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, you didn't. You're gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. And finding Creek's killer is not technically our job either, hon. But if they're brought before me, I will promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Phew. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the inspection of the goods and the bad to you two. That's called. Just imply I'm the ugly, it's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discovered yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller. Miller's autopsy. After analyzing the knife, Sarah recovered. Dr. Sato was concluded that it was the blade that was stabbed into Miller's neck, not Sosuke's katana. An updated autopsy report! It's right, it was an updated autopsy report. Wow! But I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found AB negative and B negative samples on it, I found one more blood type as well. A positive. A positive? Oh, fine, we're AB negative, we're fine. A positive? A positive. Choppin'. You. Mirai. Huh. We have not Barrows, definitely can't be Barrows. Is Choppin? Yeah, Daimani. And Mirei. Interesting. 3 people cut with 1 knife. This can't be hygienic. And then you don't stick it in your mouth. You should be fine. A positive blood. Who was that knife that had A positive blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. If Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife, and not the katana, that means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife, with his wrists tied together, all before even stopping to cut his own bindings. Or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. But wait, that also sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The fact surrounding Choppin's death still stands. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Choppin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. It's something he corroborated. corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense? Ted theorized the fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes. But unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there's evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chapman died. What is this? Is evidence completely overturning our understanding of how Chapman died. Is it the red ink? Because of... Where is that? Because of... Where is it? Where is it? I'm blind as fuck. Perfect judgment with the company time. Boot left front of everything in the room, directly below the crime, was missing having been exposed to natural humidity from some warm. There's no blood on this. Many papers? They're found underneath Chapman's body. And so they're probably important. Fuck. Okay. Fuck, what is it then? Is it the knife? Oh, of course, his blood's on this. That's what Dr. confirmed was used to kill Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chapman. What? What are you going on? Also, this music is really this music is snazzy as fuck. I like this. This is fucking ball. What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chapman is the only victim with A positive blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A positive blood was found on the knife. That blood could have come from nowhere, but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chapman's blood was all over the scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Check. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the arcs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes had arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chapman was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes. Not fatally. How could that stab not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. You're basing this on the blood? Usually closely followed a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at that scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood in the scene was the result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been agitated. When this knife turns the idea on its head. Yes, Chapman was stabbed in the heart from behind, as most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor, dead. When the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. That's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor. This may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation in the floor. It may make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human. But trying to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. Did they need the katana to frame Sosuke? Probably not. Nope. 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 I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal was framing him, all they'd have to do was put the knife in his hands. That's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is two for 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with a katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve? It made a bigger mess. Some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all the red ink dots at the scene. So who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just so that his blood would cover up the red ink dots. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tarek Chopin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed, that is insane. I believe just the opposite. You what? Tarek Chopin was unpopular, straight-laced, political aspirant, working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals. He'd have every reason to blow the whistle on Proposition 492. And just get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Ikari like Michael Light would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Proposition 492 had been corrupted? Just all that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line. That's a lot better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he'd killed his captors. Something along those lines. So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That will be clearer. That will be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. Is it Mirai? So Yoro wasn't really used to frame me. I need to dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute. I'm watching this trial. Be right back. Yippee. Actually, look at the time now. It's getting a little late. I think we're gonna end up here for today, actually, for Of the Devil. And we'll resume this back next week, so we're just gonna go over to the screen. Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna edit here for the Of the Devil for it's almost late. I need to go it's getting late. I need to have dinner. I need to do some things as well, but I'm enjoying this trial. It's going places I wasn't expecting to go at all. There's so much happening now. I was expecting a lot of this to be going down, but yeah, I'm gonna stop for now. I'm really excited to see where this goes. This trial is interesting. I wonder. I don't have an idea. I don't know who would have done it then. I fucked up a lot because, like, of course, the time made no sense. What I was thinking, like, of course, Han didn't do it. Just didn't kill, I guess. But I don't know. A lot of things are happening. I did a lot of dumb things. But that's it for me today, though. I'm enjoying this. I'm really excited to see where how this trial ends. Who is going to have ended up killing Chopin? My bet is definitely one of the new bloods, maybe? I don't know, but definitely has to be someone we know. Maybe it's... I don't want to say it's Demi Jane. But I don't know. Who could be? It could be a lot of people. But, let's see who is alive. No, let's see. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to... You know, let's see I did my Oshi again. But, that's it for me today. I'm gonna go and have a shower and rest my voice, because a lot isn't going on. I've been doing a lot of yapping. Why isn't this activating? What the fuck? Oh, I just did my Twitch connection, that's why. Oh, I didn't realize that. No, since I start firing off the raid message. Okay, so let me try that again. Is that gonna... No, it's not gonna fire it? Really? Really? Whatever, okay. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna go and rest my voice for the evening. But this was fun. Next stream is gonna be tomorrow. 3 PST. Saturday 3 PST. We're gonna be doing some Silk Song and see how far I can get in that. Do some more other progress. Different things here and there. But hope you all enjoyed. Until next time. See you guys then. Bye bye! My voice is dying. Oh no.